Music is a throwback. I wanted to throw out some different kind of music today. Also, yeah, Raph, careful there. If you pester me enough, that's gonna make me want to do the opposite of what you want me to do. I'm not even saying that as a joke. That's just the way my brain works. Like, oh, everybody keeps bothering me, saying, "Where the hell am I? What are you doing?" It's like, okay, well, now I don't feel like doing it. How's everybody doing this fine afternoon? Oh, as I crack my back. We are deep into the second to last case of Great Ace Attorney 2. Yep. I believe we finished up investigation, so we should be back in the court. We found our robotic mimicking friend, Mr. Duber, the other day. And I'm sure he's going to be a witness in court, as we'll find out what's going on. Let's go! Here we are. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, good morning, Professor. You ready for today's proceedings? No. I hope so. I should be, even though Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You're here? Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friend in battle at all times. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realized it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject! Sholmes, not now! You're still here, Mr. Sholmes? What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Got a new spider the other day? Like a pet spider, or are we talking like a cooking spider where you use it to fish fried food out of oil? Must I spell it out to you? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of world Akliman, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gambit of tactics. He's a jumping spider? His name is Bark. That's a good name. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, kicked me from the bed. And then she poured a hot, boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face. And at last, I bestered. Ah. He used to be called Ralsei. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sent the spirits of a fellow scientist. One who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. We're so unfocused. Bro is going to jail so bad. Sorry to cut in. Hey, Inspector. What's up? Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Yeah, me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! His legs, black and white stripes, and that's why I changed his name to Barcode. Ah, laughs in future knowledge. Shut up. Turn off your future knowledge. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. A feeling that would prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. Ooh. Anne's laughing and I'm crying. There you go. Also, this is technically the third to last case. Are we on case 4? This is case 4, right? Or am I dumb? Are we on case 3? Is this still case 3? Oh no. See, this is what happens when you start telling me, oh no, this is case 8. I lose where I'm fucking at. I can't believe it's case 3. Oh god. Oh no. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on, I need to find something. Oh, I need to find something. Where is it? No, Barry's got a really good image for this, but it's been so long I don't know where it is. Okay, well, it's fine. Oh, fuck. I should finish it today. That's good. I'm glad I'll be able to finish case 3 today. Fuck, I forgot where we were. Damn. Susato really came back quick. I didn't think it would be this quick. So, Twitch open to farm panels? Yeah. That mass murderer? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now, and it was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Let's see. Redacted for confidentiality. God damn it. The Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight on the 17th of June. He never got to truly see the Switch 2 launch. Gamers, oh no. Oh god. In one go here. We don't... No, that's not entirely the right way to say that, Belroth. I have more time on a Monday than the 3 or 4 hours that I get on before I have to go to work. One of the few games that avoid third case syndrome? I don't know. I thought it was case 4. Yes, much obliged, Dresden. As lowly a lot at the yard, just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. I don't even take meal breaks. That's because I eat before stream. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay this to rest at last. Like, I literally just ate before I started today's stream. That's why it took me so long to get started. Because I woke up at like 11:30, 11:45. 4 or 5.5 hours. Alright, we might get a little bit into case 4 today. Maybe. We'll see. Wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Derber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. Get in here. This is it then. The final chapter. The final testimony. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. It's strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Bam, 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 bam. Still mad about the Maria thing. Oh, the fact that you missed her? There he is! Oh yeah, I forgot. Last stream, my theory that that's actually Kazuma with amnesia was kicked up to 11. Because even the characters are like, that's Kazuma! And they like called out his name, and he reacted. Like, Kazuma? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again! Getting an ad break literally seconds before she appeared. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels of the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. I really like this outfit on him. As promised, Lord Van Cease has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Bet you played more of the case Wednesday? Yeah, I played a little bit. But we didn't... Did we see Maria on Wednesday? We did, because I was off. That's right. I did a lot on Wednesday. If I may, Lord Von Cease. Yes, my lord? There appears to be someone standing by your side. Are you aware of this? I mean, I know he's wearing all black, so therefore he's like, we're supposed to ignore him. You know, that's stage rules and all, but like, this is weird. Apparently GameStop is doing a trade-in transfer program, so you trade in your old Switch and they'll still transfer your data. That's nice. I kind of want to keep my old Switch. Like, you know, just in case there are games that can't be played on the Switch too. It'll just be nice to have. I wasn't there because I was getting blood work done. Aw, well, I hope it went well. That's clearly brown. No, it's like a lighter black. That's not brown. I don't have. I'm not colorblind, so I know what I can see. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. That is so fucking Kazuma. Also, that's not how corks work. Therefore, I instruct my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Bro just fucking did a Japanese, like, anime sword sheath, too. Game says Naruto's suit and hair are black, and they're clearly brown. Sure, but that's clearly black. It's closer to black than that. Uh-huh. A smooth running of liquid refreshment by the looks of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I hope this would be so funny. This would be so funny if Kazuma gets his memory back in the middle of the trial because he's just watching Ryunosuke flounder. Just be like, I recognize those idiotic moves. That's my boyfriend. What the hell? He extremely brain damage. It is, yeah. He's got amnesia. It's like the character itself. Even if it turns out to not be Kazuma, which I highly doubt that that's the case, it has been stated that the character has amnesia. Only my partner would be that dumb. Yep. I know, but this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand that you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people of the courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I am sure we'll understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I have found it to be so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring chick. It's against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. Well, to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and settle on one. Isn't that it? Call on. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Good condition OLED gets you 175 off. That's not bad. My Switch is like, I think part of like the original like rollout. It was actually like it came with like a little special edition Splatoon 2 Joy-Cons. I got like the Splatoon 2 bundle way back. A really cool fanfic where allegedly Cosmo can't sleep, so he wanders around Van Seek's manor, and Barrack is just baking at 3 a.m. for no reason. What are you doing? I'm making a cake. Why? Because I've lost control of my life. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von Seeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. A report court! Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, oh yeah, blew up. The super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed at the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by unknown person or persons. It was... What? An explosion! He just shoots the judge by mistake. This is an outrage! Yeah, what were the fucking cops doing, huh? The original Switch gets you 120 off. Oh, okay. Also, the redacted parts of the report make perfect sense given that it's a matter of national security. Yeah, I know, but that doesn't mean I can't be mad about it. Dang you all, but see, you're pussy without me. I don't like reading that. Ref, I don't like reading that. That made me feel bad. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. Oh, we got a picture! I have a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Hey, look, guys, there's a trap door in there. What the fuck? It shows the little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did destroy evidence, didn't he? That Enoch Derber. That was Balroth, not me. Huh? Didn't I say Balroth? I meant to say Balroth, I'm sorry. Either way, I didn't like reading it. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Hey guys, did you know that there was a trapdoor here in the machine? What? Whoa, what? What do you mean there was a trapdoor here in the machine? I'm so surprised! I went back and checked. Strongheart mentioned that they wouldn't get clearance for several hours. Yeah, but I still remember us getting kicked out and being told, hey, they're almost here, you need to go, so you can't examine anymore. So I still figured that they were like literally on their way and would be there within a couple of like minutes of us leaving. But whatever. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Oh yeah? Are we just gonna try to find out what's going on with Derber and Hairbrain's off the case? As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. What do you fucking mean? What do you mean? Of that we can't be certain. How? Or it was the accused himself who operated the machine and who ultimately caused it to lose its loss of control. Objection! That's such blatant bullshit. You know it. As Lord Von Seeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund's died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. Do I really have to? Barak was tolerable last time, yes. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Derber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odious Man. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Look at my tiny mouse! Look upon him! His name is Chunosuke. He is small and stands beside me in court, much like Susato, but whispers in my ear. He says, he's not guilty, Your Honor. He's just a little guy. Look, you could see him in the wide shot. Spent borrowed the color preview mini scythe. Yep. I saw it. Don't be evil, don't be evil, don't be evil. She's kind of evil, let's not lie. Thank you, counsel. Counsel's the position of the prosecution defense have been clearly stated. Lord Von Seeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Derber, to the stand. Yunosuke, uncovering governmental secrets. Yunosuke. State your name and occupation to the court. Name, Enoch Derber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. You know, that's not entirely inaccurate. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? Exactly the same feeling myself. Silly robot man. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection to another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. No, that's not true. Cleave it from your mind. You are familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused's super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Derber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Derber is probably my favorite non-recurring character. Derber's pretty fun for just to watch. We'll see how I feel about him at the end of this whole thing. Or so our investigation indicates, you can confirm your involvement. Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. And the court would say it'd be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. I have no thoughts. I have never had a thought in my life. Not one. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! You don't mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. You blew it up!
Objection!
Well, we've already established the machine is nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjecturing trick. Conjuring trick. You've established nothing of the sort. Where did... Oh, there he is. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The events merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... There's clearly a trapdoor in it. What are you talking about? Look at the picture you gave us. What picture? I didn't give you nothing. We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Ticka, ticka, ticka. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmon's introduction. Since he's old, his eyesight is failing. He can't see the things he presents anymore. He's only... He's only 33, Your Honor. He's so old now and decrepit. He can't see anything that's, you know, been presented in front of him. He only understands what's, like, told to him in stories. And he believes them wholeheartedly. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. Why are some of his... Okay. Body double. If the whole show is a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the Crystal Tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. You mean the orange text? Yeah. A body double? Yes, Rio. What do you mean? Why are you surprised? We conjectured this last time. It goes without saying. Why you have so much important text? To give the impression that something was moved when in reality it hasn't is a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without submitting the original with a substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asmon had no such twin siblings. It's just random orange text, but orange text is used to confer something important. So why? It is my understanding that this witness is well versed in the conjuring artfulness. It makes more sense in Japanese. Why does it make more sense in Japanese? That makes less sense. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. It's likely a speech quirk lost in translation? Maybe. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Derberg. Yes, indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess a considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches with any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. He even got a trophy. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If the hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation. Yeah, with sufficient skill. I got a weapon in Dead Cells last night. It is basically a lobotomy kit. Oh no. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past, would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate action, or of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Uh-huh. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. So this is where we're going to get some summation examinations, because it didn't happen at all last time. I met the young man 1 year ago! So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asmund himself? Not really. By chance. I had seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asmund approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. Can we see those blueprints? In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principle. I want to see those blueprints. Yes, you might see that. Professor Harebrained certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. What your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. By me. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? Is there? It appears the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. Well, Derber is like me if I was smart. He must have planned all of this from the outset. But in any case, it is abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If memory serves, Scythe is a single mother at this point. I believe so. He's a literal self-made man. If that is actually a prosthetic arm. If the whole show was a fraud, that would have required a body double. Body double! Of course, that's it! Mr. Asmund was a twin! Rio. Cosmo over there like going, oh god, why is he so cute? What, me or him? Yes. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asmund has no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. Or, you know, maybe somebody was wax that got into the cage. You know? There maybe there was no body double because they didn't need a body double because they were able to commission a perfect likeness of Mr. Asmund to put inside the cage. You know? Like maybe that's the real reason why the professor was stolen, was so that our buddy here, Mr. Derber, studied the technique of the sculpting and made a fake of Asmund to put inside of the cage. Yeah. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled out that as a possibility. Trans Derber headcanon. Trans rights! It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asmund, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to that fact. Okay, but you don't know how old those fingerprints are. You're making a... arguably, yes. You are making a assumption based on the fact that there are fingerprints there on the day in question that allowed for him to place himself there. But that doesn't mean he was up there the whole time. Like, oh, we found fingerprints. He must have stood right here the whole time. Come on! Use that brain. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asmund then. Susato. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. I have never had a thought in my life. It's that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. All the specters saw the birdcage appear above their heads.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine that I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. Well, you changed your tune real quick. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How did you come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like myself reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he had been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. And he had a broken vertebra as a result of the fall from the considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at the level in which such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died, having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Quick, ask him heat from fire and see how he responds. What? It's more of a trans femme thing because most trans dudes don't need to do voice training. Oh. Which vertebra do you have over 30? I've lost all of my vertebra. My entire back is nothing but jelly now.
Hold it!
So, you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. The engineers don't know science. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I've given. I would be inviting manyfold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. Yeah! I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? I don't know. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? No? A very good point. It's not a good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiments resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue the authenticity of one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Mr. Harebraine's innocence. Professor Harebraine's. Both Mr. Asmund and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. I'm having a rough time reading today. So your spinal cord and nerves are just hanging there? Yep. Flapping about inside of my body. If I wiggle too much, I lose all control and I just turn into a puddle. Hey, they took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work. I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Von Seeks, what on earth must he be feeling towards Deber? Okay. So, I have a feeling that what we need to do is throw this newest piece of evidence at him. And that's what I'm gonna do.
Objection!
Nope! The defense would like to object to that last statement, my lord. Overruled, dumbass. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. Glad to hear it. And it would also like to think again. Did I throw it on the wrong one? Provide me with a blueprint with no trick. If the whole show was provided, it would require a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Okay. All the specters of the birdcage saw it appear above their heads. The terrible accident, grant you perhaps the science the machine was built was flawed. Okay. I want my pip back. Give it back. Give me back my pip. You're looking for a different contradiction altogether. Oh, good! But they just said that we need to establish that what we're talking about is what we're talking about. But that's not what we're supposed to do, of course. Why would that be the thing that we're supposed to do? Is it the fact that we found this in the professor? We found this in the professor's waxworks. Is that the indication that there was the body double? Is that what we're trying to? Is it the body double? Is it the body double? Body double. Double body. Take that?
Objection!
Nope. 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 I had a brain blast, but it's not the right brain blast. Fuck! The spider cleans himself after I hold him. Yeah. Where are we gonna throw at him? Where are we throwing at him? What is it I need to prove? He's suddenly very sure of himself, and thinking for Naruhodo. And the machine has been completely destroyed yesterday's explosion. It's going to be impossible to argue the authenticity one way or another. But we're unable to establish it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science. I have no grounds to demonstrate Mr. Emerson's. But both Mr. Asman... What? I'm slightly ahead on that. I feel like I'm very ahead on that. What am I trying to prove, then? He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. But he's not accepting the one thing. The whole chauffeur was a fraud. It would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? No. Trickery is the main point of the testimony, but he said something else blatantly false. Then I guess I missed it, or I totally forgot the relevance of it? Saw the birdcage. Was it this? No, because they did see the birdcage appear overhead. Okay, give me a clue. Just because apparently my brain's fully shut down. I can't believe I'm at the first hurdle and I fucking tripped over it 3 times. Always pay attention to when a witness is specific. Which one was he specific on? Ah, fuck. Take another look at the birdcage. right. The damage is... It's on the bottom, right? Yeah. The damage is here. So he didn't fall on his head. It fell down and cracked the base. That's right. See, I totally forgot. Twin, birdcage. Take that. I forgot about that. This is what happens when you take almost a week in between playing a game. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell from 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. All the breakage of the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What? What are you saying? That's the opposite of where it should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So, we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile with those two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Any games that you really hope get a Switch 2 edition? Specifically, like, Switch games? I mean, we're already getting an upgrade for Scarlet and Violet, so I do want... I'm happy about that. I can't really think of any Switch games that would truly... that I've played that would truly benefit from it that haven't already got Switch 2 editions, to be honest. Because we got Kirby, we've got both of the Zelda games, even though they're stupid expensive for some reason. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Nothing else I can think of off the top of my head. Switch during what wasn't a specific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. So apparently the Switch 2 editions will be at 3 different price points depending on what they add. From free to 10 to 20. I'm glad that the Switch 2 editions are only additional $20, unless it's fucking Zelda, which is still full price. Which is still stupid. I will never say anything like that. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Hold on. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba, 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 boom, ba. Ba, ba, boom. Ba, ba, ba. Don't worry about me. Don't look at me. Just a lot of people yelling at me right now. I don't know what's going on there. Somebody who hasn't talked to me since like 2020 just suddenly reached out. Anyway, the Zelda ones are 10 for the upgrade. But if you never owned them on the Switch 2, yes, the upgrade is 10. I mean, if you own them on the Switch 2, the upgrade is 10. But if you want to buy them for the Switch 2, like just full base, breakout base, it's fucking $80 and $90. It's like it's nuts. Those games don't need to be that expensive on the next console. Well, it breaks easy. We examine the facts. There's only one logical conclusion we can draw. Damage on the base of the bird cage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. No! But multiple witnesses report the claim is still head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of from 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the Crystal Tower in an ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. Oh, yeah? Are you sure? Shepard doing Castlevania? Oh, 70 and 80. They're ridiculously expensive, especially for Breath of the Wild. That doesn't come with DLC. That is also like an almost 10-year-old game at this point. The victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be surprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Yeah, number. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say that it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Von Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish that deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes. There's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. de Boer, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Motivation! Bury the lights. Your... Ah, shoot. Ah, shingles. Of course we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. What? What? Are you Emma's, like, great-great-grandfather or some shit? I nearly had him there. Do it again. Yeah! One more time. It's good animation. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Do we have a report on how tall this is? I feel like we were told that this was a 30-foot stand. Norma Maria is clearly her great-great-grandmother. He's got the moves like Jagger. We were told it was 30 feet earlier, yes. But how are we going to prove that, I guess is the means to say.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are a lot of witnesses who saw Mr. Asmund on the experimentation stage, that's true. Maybe the trapdoor? Maybe! And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following the fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere else. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. A point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total difference of the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo... Oh god, he hit us with the ergo! The victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the Crystal Tower. Trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators that day saw it. Birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air. Irritatingly, yes. Ba-da-da-ba. The diagram? But the only reason I'm not sure... The only reason I'm not sure that the diagram is going to work is because it doesn't have specific information about it. I mean, it possibly could. It says the relative positions of the tower and the ship. I mean, I'm going to try the picture first. No, I'm going to try the diagram first.
Objection!
I'm glad I tried the diagram first. This diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Yeah. Boom! We know that somehow the birdcage appeared mid-air before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place of which you're referring to in the same diagram. The alternative location at which the birdcage could possibly have fallen 30 feet is right here. Cat is harassing me. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly my point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see that it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Whee! At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there's a void underneath, this birdcage is the one seen by the audience. This birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Your Honor, we kind of have him. Once again, my lord. This all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two!
Objection!
No, Your Honor! Ow. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in the design. You know, you're right. Until today, I didn't. But now I do. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. Take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. There's a hole. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. DeBurr! It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because the construction of this machine that matters. It's the construction of the machine that matters. Whatever. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmund's life and lay the blame firmly on the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Derber. Grr.
Objection!
Oh, I didn't realize he pops the actual cork out. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. Two! Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that. I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. De Boer has no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. He wouldn't need to. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. Nonsense with a crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed from the tower are one and the same. The forensics investigation team's report is unequivocal at that point. On that point. Ah! The second flaw in your assertion is the distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason. Okay. Let me throw that one back at you. What's the fucking reason why Harebrained wanted to take Asmon's life? Why would he want to kill the guy who was financially, helping him for a whole year and was making his dream come true? Why is it always that, oh, this person can't possibly have a motive, but you can't establish the real reason why the person I'm defending has a motive? How about that? A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Yes. It's an Ace Attorney game, so yes. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Von Zieks? A contract to which Mr. De Boer entered with the victim, Mr. Asmon. It reads, Mr. De Boer is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grants and other income. 30%? Certainly a very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted into that clause. What provision? Mr. De Boer may only uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. You see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmon's death. Diametric opposite, in fact. I don't think you intentionally killed him, honestly. I think that everything that happened was a mistake. The alibi clause. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. De Boer having done as you suggest is nil. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Von Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's true. Illustrated hereby enter in the contract says Mr. Enoch De Boer, the fund labor and materials for the construction of super high voltage machine. Mr. Boer will receive 30% of all remunerations in the government will be held as long as both parties are. Okay. Nice signatures. Kitty. Kitten! Mr. Boer had no opportunity to switch the bird cage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower. He couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. Huh? There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that now. So if you're sure that you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo, then I have no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say that I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection.
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet, we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Derber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So, if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried the crime out yourself, it's a point of fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Derber had an accomplice.
Objection.
An accomplice now? Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of a most serious of crimes, stealing from the government, I mean murder. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in the matter? What I do? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Derber had an accomplice, or if he even really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Derber have an accomplice? I have my guess. I have a guess. The defense is ready to name Mr. Derber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? My lord. You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to be Mr. Derber's accomplice?
Take that!
Audius's man! Who is this person? What? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord, and someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the person, obviously. But on what basis do you claim the felonious involvement? What? You surely wouldn't... What? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean it's not Odious? What do you mean it's not him? Why wouldn't it be Odie? Did they give me a hint? Well, if they gave me a hint, then it fucking flew right over my head.
Take that!
Okay. Well, I threw her because, you know, maybe she was working with him and that's why she let him steal the thing. Can you remind me of the hint? Because apparently it slipped right past my brain. According to the coroner's report, it's not a possibility. So, like, I took the coroner's report as saying, like, you know, oh, he's dead. So, therefore, like, it... They said the report had a problem. Which report? I can't look at my evidence now, so I can't look at the report. It was Kazuma. Is it Courtney? Am I calling Courtney an accomplice? I'm sorry. I'm so confused right now. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you give me a tiny bit more of a hint? Because I can't even look at the coroner's report anymore. I mean, I can do this. I can go back and reload the save and then look at the coroner's report before I make my choice. British death. Hemorrhage of a wound in the chest that pierces through the heart and inflicted by a sharp implement. Broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after the sudden fall from considerable height. Am I calling Courtney as the coroner? Are we saying that she is? They were saying that the report says something that can't be true. What in here is not true? Again, a really piece people call snakes poisonous. Oh, well, Balroth, that is so far off the point of what we're doing right now. But yeah, they're venomous. Please call in Mother. So is that my clue to say that I don't understand what about this is not true. Yeah, I am. Oh, Courtney also did this one. That's interesting. I guess we're calling in Scythe. I was reading something for school that kept calling them poisonous and it was crashing out. I see. Like if them just calling the coroner report into question is the whole reason as to why that I'm supposed to like say Courtney is the accomplice. That's really stupid.
Take that!
Okay, that's not what it is. What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't blind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in the capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well even turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. They didn't stop the music, so they made me sound thinking like I was like, oh, this was a stupid thing. That's really fucking dumb. That's really fucking dumb that they say, oh yeah, the coroner would be like really bad if like this is wrong. It's like there's nothing on there that really comes off as wrong. It doesn't say, oh yeah, his neck was broken. It says he has a broken vertebra. So why would I take that as to means? I don't fucking know. That's so fucking stupid. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. There's more to it you're missing, clearly, because it's not as obvious as you keep making it sound. Alright then, here goes. You kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Durber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What? What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of forensic investigation team? And the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? This is stupid. We know that there were 2 bird cages. So who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a large crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. And everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensics investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad! Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be even wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. Oh. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, if the birdcage contained the body of the victim that was exchanged for another, that cage must have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental death of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means that there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Aspen. That's true. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages, and there must have been 1 person in each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to that yet, have I? What could I do to reveal this body double stunt? Oh, God! Evidence? Very well. The defense will address by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious. Evidence? You said it earlier. Yeah, but I don't know what I have to throw at them to establish it is the problem. I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The Council is expecting a name. If you think that you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside of the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion from 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the bird cage was this piece of glass?
Take that!
Well, I hate this game. I hate this game so much.
Objection!
Uh-huh. suggesting you and the evidence die together, Mr. Haruhodo. I want to. Please, just fucking make it happen. It's hard to see how another person could have been inside the second balloon cage. That means the body double and the body was something else. Oh, it put me back here anyway. Okay, well then I'm gonna fucking load, because I thought it would be like, alright, present something smarter, stupid. Is it the head? Am I supposed to present the head? How the hell would the glass work? It was found inside of the wax fucking thing! What do you mean, why wouldn't it work? This case has suddenly lost me. This case has suddenly gone so fucking stupid that I'm starting to not care. The waxwork. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't present the head over the piece of debris that we found inside of the fucking thing that it's attached to.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the bird cage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second bird cage. Instead, that contains something else. The glass only proves it was there. But it's also... whatever. I feel like if we say, hey, we found a piece of the Crystal Tower inside of this waxwork suit at a totally different place, that's grounds to still say this could have been used as the body double. That's all I'm saying. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second bird cage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just still yourself, and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was as unbelievable as it may seem. What the fuck? When did we... Huh? What? But when did... How did... When did this get in the courtroom? How did nobody point this out? Don't question that. I have to question a lot of things right now. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. And then Kazuma's like, what do you say? It was just wheeled in. When? No one important, totally. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of a very infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
Started by indicating that the leader of the forensics investigation team is an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Ryunosuke popped it out of his evidence pocket. But we only had the head. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? Why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Derber. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrains performed his public demonstration, Mr. Derber abducted this model from Madame Tusples. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing. Is this true, Mr. Derber? So they just used the model. I think it's only there because of something later. At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Burr would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Ow! Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist? That he did so in conclusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of the vast audiences? And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxworks model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, it of course sounds implausible. My lord! There it is. I need to speak with if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. I knew we couldn't go without one of these. I want to know what his gloves are made of. To have crushed so many glasses of wine and not be stained or ripped. What really happens is as soon as he puts his hands down, he switches out his gloves really quick so nobody sees it. We've reached an agreement. Very good in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
Why is there a child here? I know I've asked that multiple times, but I just don't get it. Unless she's like 18 and just very squat. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. Me too. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. Vince will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Okay. I've known the woman for years. She'd never been accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense. To think that those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is the most troubling. But surely the waxworks the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with a member of the police. I do not trust them much. What? I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxworks is ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Very squat. Accuses someone without evidence? Ain't no proper job, eh? I'll have it. She's just the vessel for Colonel Cobb to speak through. No! Not Colonel Cobb! It seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinions. Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim. Can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmon's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know, it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. Oh no, I just realized he doesn't have his badge! He doesn't have his armband! No! Give it back to Ryunosuke! Why wouldn't they put that in there? That's what the glass is for. Yeah, I know. It's almost like I could have presented that and explained, hey, we found this inside this waxwork that we fucking found. But, you know, it's what we had to present a head instead. But that's the point. That's why I'm having a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Why do I get the feeling that the professor either A, actually was Odiasman, and somebody else was killed in his place, or B, this was Odie Asmon's brother who did this. It's got to be some kind of weird connection, because this is Ace Attorney and nothing is ever simple. It feels as though it's a specific reason. Really? The reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Should I laugh or cry? Whichever you feel is a better choice. Yes, my lord. But before that, I'd like to take a quick break to go to the bathroom. What? Right now? Lord, why? Because I have to pee really bad and I need some more to drink, Your Honor. Well, fine, I suppose. Someone start up the music so that way that the people have something to listen to while they are off at the bathroom. Here you go, my lord. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta pee and get some more to drink. I'll be right back. Hello. I'm back. Yeah, it's the investigation soundtrack. It's just a bunch of Ace Attorney soundtracks. I put it on random and it keeps going to investigations. Couldn't tell you why. Bam, 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 bam. All right. Why would I waste 10 hours of walking around talking to mid characters when I could work on beating 2BC and Dead Cells while listening to System of a Down at 1 a.m.? Fair? Oh, for years, shit, you done nothing. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a couple, lad. The couple's dissertation to bend the rules sometimes. When needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 all years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public don't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. Had to fight a crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Oh, God, fucking little Chunosuke. Ah, he's so cute. Sarah's K making Edgeworth finish her arc for her. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. I was still a youngish Bobby at the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at it, head of the forensics investigation team. And a woman no less. Oh, you won't hear me complain. It's what we have all dreamt before then, I tell you. You can tell me without holding a gun in the air. We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of him, and we were. Full of him. It's coming across loud and clear.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to the case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of the examination of the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to arrest of the scoundrel responsible. She can be really good at her job. That doesn't mean that she's not, you know, an accomplice. Oh. That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old trash. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, it's quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know any connections. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxworks. Romantic? A woman of society, such as myself, views everything in terms of relationships, you know? So you're very bored. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. You saw the Minecraft movie on Friday? I hope nobody destroyed the place. Then proceeds to ask Edgeworth to do it for. Oh. So the one who found it, yeah. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. So this is the shipping you were talking about. Who was he shipping? I wasn't paying attention. Well, the first she was shipping Durber and Scythe. And now she's shipping Barak and, and Hairbrain. This woman may be more astute than I have been giving her credit for. Oh, so she can tell when someone's gay. That's a powerful skill. That's the woman's stance. Then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, we'll be the she'll be the first to know. We actually have We have evidence, actually. Because this report shows that it was Courtney who did it. I'm assuming that her last name was not Scythe back in the day. Like, she recently got married, which is, you know, she's got a kid, so obviously she must have been. So it's very plausible that Courtney Stevens and Courtney Scythe are the same person. But anyway, I have my problems with the police, have you? So why are you voting guilty? What sort of problems? Well, let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. She straight up just said, I think the prosecutor and the defendant have some romantic tension. And Rio was like, hold up, you might be right. It's like, wait a minute. Hold on, maybe they weren't just roommates, Your Honor. Your Honor, they were roommates! I don't understand. No, think about it again. They were roommates! Oh! Barack over to the side going, fucking shut up, shut up, shut up. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity with our audience. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like.
Not in my day.
But the police use any excuse to make our lives more difficult.
Excuse me.
Yeah? Yo, Maria's surname isn't even Scythe. Did you mean hell because you're on phone? Yeah. What, do we know? We don't even have Maria in there yet because we barely met her. So I'm sure her surname is what, Stevens still? Do you have something in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Or you call it mass murder? Sorry, my mistake. It's just, I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. That safety better be on, and clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this! And what was like what, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did, and by Jove, we've earned it! People respected us back then! Respected you? No one ever called the coroner into question in them days. Uh-huh. The coroner's report was the hallmark of investigations done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba! Bam! I can tell you what it is if you don't mind it not plot related. It's not probably. That's fine. Hey, look! Courtney Stevens, not Courtney Scythe. She was the best of the best. And the appellate. Hold this second! Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Not a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Damn, she's taken, chat. We can't have her. Yes, of course, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. Maria Gorgi, age 19. Also be careful with her profile, it accidentally spoils something. I mean, if I stumble onto something that the game provides me with information of, that's not really a spoiler. That's just information that we have. At least you got Barack. I guess that's true, but you know, Hairbrain might take him. So... I already think I have the idea of who I need to. Pretty sure she's divorced. Then why'd she keep the last name?
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements are you referring, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I'd like to gossip for a moment, if you wouldn't mind. I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as the woman of society, I find such connections and relationship irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Keeping the surname is pretty common, specifically if you have a kid. I guess that's true. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitively linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Oh goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. We very much hope that your substance your claim. Of course, my lord, I would ask that the court look at this. The evidence that clearly shows Dr. Scythe is involved with the Mash Majorak. I don't even need to say it for that one. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance could this have? It's, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Oh, the Professors? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens? Ah, struck a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Derber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all. Do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Derber. Hidden links, a mysterious connection, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. You're surely obliged now to explore this further. I have so much to write when I get home today. Also, there's absolutely no mention of her husband, even when it makes sense for them to be mentioned if they're still around. Yeah? Quite right. I can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the odds, best coroner! It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold the justice in the end. But you claimed that the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of the hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not exactly sure how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is if you're going to make the claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without it, that's just not science! I suppose we should expect nothing less from a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. Do you think juror number 2 ships alleged Cosmo with Ryu? Absolutely. If she's paying enough attention, definitely, yeah. You know that, Cosmo's been, stealing glances at Ryunosuke, especially since he's currently wearing his sword, which was very important to him and is probably triggering memories as we speak. And he's just there going, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what's happening, why are these thoughts here, why is he cute? But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. I have evidence! Me! I have evidence! Evidence that the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Can I produce that? I can, but I'm gonna be sure because this... I've been stupid in how I interpret things, so I'm just gonna, you know... I have evidence! Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Internalized homophobia? What? No. Like, no. That was gay panic that I was doing. Why would that be internalized homophobia? What the fuck is wrong with you? He's like, no. Like, why is he cute does not immediately mean, this is weird. I shouldn't be thinking like that. He was like, I must warn you that I firmly believe that it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black coat, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. I'm in blue right now, sir. So you don't trust anyone in black. Looking in a mirror must be trying. Is the tag on every single MMTAGA? Sir, we found glass inside the waxworks. Is this a piece of glass? Though it is unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's no ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made of some extra strength. Which, like the special glass that was... much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower. Holy smokes! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Expedition where the very incident we were talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass. From whence the small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that the clear evidence to support the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. Some subtle anti-racism right there. I guess. In light of what you've shown me, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In the case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Presence of a piece of glass leaves me with a little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage. Okay, so you're just problem with the cops. And utter nonsense. The two would ever be conniving with you. Okay. So it's him and Corn Girl? Because she said, yeah, so you got no without no evidence, eh? Oh, you ain't got no evidence. You just gonna say that the waxwork was there, but you ain't got no evidence? Ah, shit.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, what do you mean? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. No! Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to take an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the Waxworks model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here, please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the Waxworks has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. I do appreciate that this summation examination came about by us presenting something that seems so insanely implausible. Well, me too, then. Sorry? This Brady gentleman says he's right, and he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between their ears. Who's Colonel Cobb? Are we gonna get introduced to Colonel Cobb? The exhibition again. Success, if you can call it that. Anko Council, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. We did it! Oh! Oh. Yeah, the summation examination, not exhibition. I'm sorry. Expedition. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. A waxwork of the despicable professor uses a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Jabber and Dr. Scythe. I'm convinced that there is a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir. But by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, and the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tespels. I really thought that Lord von Zeeks would object to the whole line of inquiry. I think he wants his friend to be, like deep down, he wants his friend to not be guilty. But at the same time, he, like, right now, what information he has before him can't let him just say that. So he's being more cooperative right now. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tespels to appear as witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. I mean, didn't we do that 6 months ago? Yeah? I feel like we already opened one Pandora's box, so you know, what's the second one? How could it get worse? The court shall be adjourned for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tespels. Yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. Bam, bam, bam. So, I know we have at least 2 more testimonies to go through, because there's no way we're getting out of this without Dr. Scythe testifying. So, my only question is how many saves do we have left? Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Hey, Airbrain. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. It's true then. Lord von Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? This is the last to be continued. Cool. We got 3 cross-examinations left. Awesome. Yes, how true. His great friend from university on the dock. And now a waxwork of a killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man and make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Durber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Von Seeks. It seems that everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. I mean, I know that me and Barak have been separated since I went off to Germany, but shit, I didn't think he'd get this far off the rails while I was gone. Although that leaves me with, as an empty set, all alone with no intersection of any other. Excuse me. Hey, Dr. Scythe. Are you here to murder us before we put you on trial? Dr. Scythe. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, the niece Sands. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. Well, what in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Well, that ruins the fun. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in a laboratory wielding my scalpel. Smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Von Seeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Oh. Oh, yeah? I get the feeling that you're still going to get called up anyway. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I can say, came here to say. So, good day to you. Okay, so she's not evil. At least not intentionally evil. Like, I feel like we can safely say that she's not a terrible person on purpose. She's probably got some crazy shit in her backstory that maybe we'll dive into, or I hope we'll dive into, because this is the last game in this particular series. So, yeah. She mentioned it too. That this Pandora's box. Pretty much, yeah. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits! I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt from the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce, then. Chocolate! I purchased... Oh, caramel. Damn it! It does say caramel on there. You purchased a bar of caramel, but it says your name on that. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on it as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. It's still there. This is just like case 3 in the first game, where there was a thing in the middle of the courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby, the rest. The counsel for the defense and prayers are you ready to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. I just had a thought. And not like I brain blasted this entire case. No. So, Ryunosuke was just on a 6-month suspension from being able to be a lawyer. Because he, kind of helped to release out government secrets to the public and basically anybody who understands how to interpret telegraph. And now we're about to bust the lid off of a case that was supposed to be kept secret in literally his first case back in the Old Bailey. What a thing to get wrapped up in. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet, we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectations. It seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that this waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord von Zeeks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Dispels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Dispels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. It's Chiyonosuke. This slow reveal of him is so good. I missed the bat. I missed the armband, but I love Chiyonosuke just being there. If Durber is responsible, then I'm sure he is. And I'm sure he is. It means he must have had an accomplice, Dr. Scythe. And what connection the pair of them connects the pair of them is this waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go. Barroth, did you commission her while I wasn't looking? State your name and occupation for the court, please. She's making a waxwork of Sholm. At the first glance, I thought it was Von Zeeks, but now I see that it's yeah. Okay. My name is Madame Esmeralda Dispels. I'm a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of Madame Dispels' Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, Sully finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving into that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Wait, this is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model. Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, there was no true reason. I understand it was to be utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, there's no more conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say. what is evident, but Mr. Asmund does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar? Are you suggesting that we should see how the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be the actual killer. Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed, and his identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of Twardy exhibits could get its hands on that information. Well, dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? There might be a line saying she made a waxwork of Barak, but I don't know. It might have been a fanfic, right? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxworks from the time in French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made the waxwork of the queen, who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Can no longer distinguish between canon and fanon. I'm sunk too deep. Dear me. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tendency of her purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question! The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. I have to sneeze. Hey, cool. Sometimes when you say you have to sneeze, the sneeze goes away. But it came out. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in his creation. With pleasure. Thank you. I would just like to take this moment to break away from everything and just let you guys know that Tuspel is obviously related to Hawkeye. And if you can understand why I say that, you know, go from there. Distant relative. The eye color's off, but, you know. A special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on the rumor that shocked society. No, wait! She's Emu! Oh no! Run! Before she destroys all of London. An impression of the visage is taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, and created a mold of the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Also, as dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. So the body popping out of the grave, the body popping out of the grave that Durber saw wasn't the fact that he was coming back to life, but because she popped him out of the grave in order to get the death mask of him and then put him back after. The man sanctioned this. Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do? Hmm? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster? Naturally, I was aware that at the time that his identity was a secret. But dispels would not be dispels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity for our sculptures. I don't believe this. Myself, I have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. Wait, what? Don't fuck with the dispels. Why did that show up there, but it hasn't shown up in the chat yet? What the fuck? Did it get auto-modded or some shit? I didn't get notified. Weird. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have a newspaper from that time. Ooh! Special exhibit is based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd to word. Oh, okay. Ayo? Ayo. What's this? What's what is this? What's going on here? Why is Asmon's signature on this? Did he take the picture or did he write the article? What's going on? I'm glad I did too. I'm asked to blame for the Great Blaze. Rises from the grave. Actually, the at Lowgrave Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed this scene was on the verge of rising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath was stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced the shocking event was Mr. Enoch de Burr, a disciple of science at the University of London and resident of its student dorms. I see. Most of those are real headlines. I got the feeling, like, there was probably a lot of crazy shit. Yeah, Charles Darwin to receive a Copley Medal. Yeah, or Copley, probably is how it's pronounced. What the hell? Why is his name on here? The public enjoys absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That's correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel of Defense proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Durber to Dr. Scythe. There has to be some reason for that, which hasn't come to light. But I'll find it, and I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Durber were in on this crime together. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. All right, I know you must be talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction at my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was a low-gate cemetery behind the prison. In the dead of night after the execution of the killer, the interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside of him, but an instant later he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse and he fell motionless once more. A scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? We knew this, Rio. And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it's just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today in your museum, isn't it? Wait, a special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every single newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It's not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in low-grade cemetery. After the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Como sa? Como ka? I don't know how to pronounce that. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. Not to be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status, even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There is no exceptions to the principles of the Tuspels. Enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is a part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspels Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind the mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret! I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, he took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui. Exactamente.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Just pulls open, like, pulls him out of the box, pops off the mask, and he just goes, bah! Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? Time for an explanation of rigor mortis. I was thinking the same thing. It's like, wait, shouldn't his jaw have just, like, ratcheted up? It is a funny thought, but, like, the muscles should still have been there. When I was taking the impression of the visage of the cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? Ah, okay. So she was doing it way faster than she wanted to. It's because of rigor mortis. Rick and Morty? A Wriggly Mortis? It's the name given to the phenomenon that occurs to recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. Then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered. Susato's Google book. Well, that was an education. This a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about the information the court has just heard from Madame Spells. It's significant! Information about the rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including that in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Ah! Of course. I don't mind at all. I can't help feeling that after that latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom became extremely grave. This is not the time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Monsieur.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize waxwork artisans would be so well versed on this subject. Oh, none. It's only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I have no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you some very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. She's gonna try. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. I hit my finger! So that's all I've gotten. What are your feelings, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Durber's plan. Now, if it's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use a cross-examination. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Von Seeks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Excuse me. Ma'am, hold upon it. No, I missed one of your things.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils in wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on June 17th, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That's really early. The fact is, I had little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me? Or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? It's significant! Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruto. It's intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony, madam. With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in half an hour before sunrise, and then left as soon as the corpse was interred. We don't really get a time, do we? Did you have a reason to believe that you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning lights, I knew the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too, then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? Sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day. Does her time match the execution? It didn't give us a time period, did it? It just said, oh, at midnight. So if he was killed at midnight and then buried immediately, she should have had more time. We'll see. Which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Well, not 3 hours. So that was 4 hours. So if he was killed and buried within at least an hour, by the time she got there, rigor mortis would have already set in, at least in the job. So she actually got there earlier, or he was buried later. One of the two. Began your sculpting work. Wait. That must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. feel like I need a throw on here.
Objection!
Fuck me. Why is this case throwing me off so much? Is it on this one that it should have been rigor mortis was in effect already?
Objection!
Fuck you. Fuck you. The other one has the time mentioned. Why would this... Ah, fuck it. Madam Spells, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of Professor following his execution at the gallows. And? Is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in that report completely contradict one another. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? I know rigor mortis was the issue, but it was also the statement of time. So, I mean, I feel like it should have worked on either one of them, is what I'm saying. According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. If I'm correct so far, madam. You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis at 2 to 3 hours after death. The man's chin was limp. So he could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time that you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Yes, you're right. The chin. It would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner would make a mistake when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order! Council! This is beyond folly. Not only did you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you are implicating members of the staff of the Barclay prison where the execution took place. But heck, extraordinary! Oh, not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did! Of course he did! I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hand. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen at in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I am suggesting happened that night. Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Is it the newspaper? Is it the newspaper because it's got Odious Men's signature on it? Take that?
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Okay, cool. I was like, wait a minute. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. Suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if the article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor, published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Aren't you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Masui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night. Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him. What do you mean, we have him? On the contrary, my lord. We all know this witness well. What? Von Six! Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen this utterly incredible event take place? What the fuck? Yes, my lord! His name wasn't widely known. I guess not. In fact, you could say that he's right here before your very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who the fuck was he? Who? Who could it be?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Derber. Derber? The previous witness? Special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxworks. Recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon a terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Derber. Order! Surely not, counsel. Derber was there in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Derber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago. This means Tussauds did that at 16? How old is he? 35. Probably around... It was 10 years ago? No, if it was 10 years ago, he did it at when he was 25. Oh, you mean Tussauds went into... Oh, my bad. Yeah. 15. No, 16. Yeah, 16. She's got a strong stomach, that Tussauds. Also, she's been running that place since she was 16. Jesus Christ. By the very same men. None! But that would mean... Madame Tussauds. It would appear that you know the name Enoch Derber. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my! Goodness gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. The fuck you mean? His name was never revealed. It's literally in here twice. But sure, go off, Queen. There was only one that mentioned his name. But that still means it was revealed. That is, apart from one newspaper. Oh, if I just kept going, okay. The Daily Circus. It is a paper from which comes the article I have already shown in court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article. Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Derber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life at the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Derber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Okay. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote, and it was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we were discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report of the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to the document confirming the death of the condemned criminal, who is still alive. The criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Derber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Derber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ah! So he's trying to get her for something. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Derber are connected. Ah! But according to the missive I received this morning through the professor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Von Seeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. Please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. Yet, I should have been on there. Something happened on the night of the killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of it more than Lord Von Seeks. Prosecution calls for the instructions in the missive to be scrapped. But Lord Von Seeks, the missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
I don't fucking care! The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy. in any particular trial. We're both going down for this. In other words, me. Yes! Ow! Let Enoch DeBur and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch DeBur and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. It's just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. The spells is still up there. Thank you for your attendance on such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Von Zeeks. You completely betrayed the agreed policy for both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. DeBur, you took the victim's life by making a machine that you constructed in your workshop. The truth isn't the only thing that's gonna come out. Yeah, baby. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we have very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need me to tell you. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night that following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. DeBur, wasn't it? I cut out the part of my brain that remembers that. What are you talking about? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. They are bad, are bad. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme. He had a lobotomy. Just specifically for that portion of that particular memory of remembering that he saw the guy crawl out. He's like, I don't want to remember this. Can you, like, pinpoint that? And the doctor was like, yeah, you got it. And then he turned into this. Mr. DeBur, tell the court! Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man that met him to spells, I mean? Surely he's not going to claim that that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. That's not a laugh, it's just a chronic cough he has after he replaced his esophagus with metal. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Now here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Is it bad that a part of me wishes he accidentally bumped Scythe, who then punched him in the jaw? Like, he's gonna fucking wiggle around a lot. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. It would be very funny. So, Mr. DeBur, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Like right there. He absolutely would have hit her. Yes, of course. As you wish. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Why? Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You would have to have a screw loose if you believe the corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying the article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. The details of the article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Derber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? No. That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. I mean, I figured, but like, damn, dude, just come right out and say it, huh? As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So, among students at the university, it had a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. I guess this would be around that time period? So, okay, to I don't know if they're going to explain it, but to just drop in my explanation. Back in the day, when it came to scientific medicine, unlike now, there weren't people who were donating their bodies to science to allow for people to learn the inner workings of the human anatomy, figuring out, hey, like, this is how this part connects, and this is how this part connects, and things to examine. So something that will be done is people would go out into graves, dig up the bodies, and sell them to, like, medical universities, practicing doctors, and stuff like that, to allow them to use as cadavers for examination. Steals your organs cutely. No. You can't have them. I need them. But yeah, so I'm wondering if this is around that time period. I mean, obviously, this is still super techno-advanced levels of where in the 1900s that we are, a la Mr. Clockwork here. And of course, you know, the other shit that we've seen. But, and essentially that's what they would do. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge in society. It was, yeah. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. What? That's quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it to print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. He already got my spine. Yeah, he replaced it with one of those, God, I don't know what they are. It was one of those, like, little toys where it's just, like, filled with gel and some other stuff and you can squeeze it. I don't know what it's called. It was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration of this article? Ah, yes! It was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, at the time, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I did. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination. So, before Odious became, like, head of a criminal empire and had enough money to be able to fund everybody, was he working as a journalist? And that's why he's the one who made that sketch? Because, like he's the one who made the sketch. Let's not kid ourselves. He's got his signature on it. Probably. You say as if you don't know. The reason I was at Logate Prison was a spot of moonlighting. I was looking for bodies. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. That's plenty of motive for DeBur. Yeah? I'm actually not sure. The lantern and the spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? Hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though, obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements, whatever, with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would take anything of value from the graves. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This is all for the furtherance of science, you see. Hooray! When'd you get hit by Tria? Congrats. You got some of her motes. That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. Surreptitious? That's how you spell surreptitious? Also, welcome in, Astro. How you doing? I've never seen it spelled before. I've only ever heard the word surreptitious. Okay. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between a hammer and an anvil, and we needed the funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. Quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you want to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it would end the way it did. That I regret to this day. It was also 10 years ago, so you can't arrest me. Haha.
Hold it!
Alright! A strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. They didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was the reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lap up the tale. This story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very introspective ghost stories. Or interpretive, my bad. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learnt that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained it already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among the students at the university of being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I had seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think it otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves that I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything, Mr. Naruhodo, I know I need to present it against this irritating backtracking statement of his. The point is that night was the pivotal moment in my life. Okay, so obviously statement 3 is where I need to throw the whatever evidence I have, but what evidence do I have? There was a camera at the scene. I forgot. Was there anything else? I don't think there was. But I think this is what I'm going to have to throw at him when we're done here. That's my guess.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and Komeka, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student who with barely a penny to my name at the time. And a young lady put £5 in front of me. And you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. And I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas? Oh yeah? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera! There it is. Ah! Oh yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the detail of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting the graveyard again at that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspels way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. de Boer took with him at Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. There we go. I gave up on my dream to be a scientist. This article, you mean? Published by the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in somewhat specialist trade. You combine your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. You use those deceptive machines to trick the government and provide investors into giving you money. And private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Dabur up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claims? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having been the professor's having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Dabur and Scythe are working together now, then if Dabur were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I have to prove we really did see it. Prove that he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly! Thinking back on it now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Okay. So I'm not sure about this one, but I think I throw the camera on this statement.
Objection.
Nope. Last statement would seem to be at odds with the evidence. Okay. I know I need the camera. I know the camera's important. So I just need to make sure I'm throwing it on the right statement. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of wax. The dream of becoming a scientist. Or am I too far ahead? Am I ahead of the case again? Is that what's happening? I actually saw the professor at all, though. The illustration in the newspaper was based on what I would witness that night. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery that 10 years ago, some moon mining. The blood would prove the story. But I mean, I just threw it. Be sure to re-examine the camera just in case. But I already... Did it change? What a wonderful machine, blah, 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 blah. I wish it wouldn't do this every time. This is still the same. And I can't examine inside there until later. So, what's different? Like, there's nothing different. What is that? Is the bellows? And yeah, that's right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my, I'm sure that it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. Oh, it's even got the little plus and minus that he's got. Do I present it on here because this is where they provided that the camera was purchased too? I don't know where they want me to throw this, or what they want me to throw specifically. Should I try the camera? Was the camera in the illustration? The camera was not in the illustration.
Objection.
Nope. What do they want from me? I don't... He was wearing the camera. He was the camera the whole time. Oh, he was wearing the camera. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So he was wearing the camera. I appreciate the nudge. Okay. So it's the article. So do I throw it here? You couldn't have known about the professor's mask? What do you mean? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean he couldn't have known about the professor's mask? Where is that even mentioned? Or was that just because I was looking at the mask? It was a closed trial. Yes. No, I know. The second gunshot, they get in there. I don't understand what you guys are talking about with the mask. Is it because the illustration is there and it's got the mask? I actually saw the professor at all, though. None of the public knew about the mask, yet he had to have mentioned the mask for it to be in the picture. I mean, yeah, but... So do I throw the article here?
Objection.
What? Okay. I don't know how I would have insinuated that on my own, but alright. I'm sorry, Mr. Dubber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? I guess my brain just didn't put together all of those facts. Well, your latest claim. You did see the professor on the night 10 years ago. Oh dear. We would seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you'd witnessed. The figure emerging from the tomb wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided that in the closed court ruling that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. Your Honor, you weren't there. It wasn't to be removed during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. Obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Dubber, if you, as you've just heard, A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known that about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in its illustration. Yeah. Order! Well, Mr. Dubé. Fuck! It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. This theme is such a bop. It is good. Of course, of course! Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe it. He's still not going to concede the point. When have they ever conceded that fast? It's always a fucking trial. It's a trial within a trial. Shit! What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. Yeah?
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery. That night, you know, other body snatchers were at work. When the... Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. And the trial is by fury. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see? You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious businesses yourself. Excuse me, what's the wine? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. What? Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath was stilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon them? I actually stopped at Axis. What? What the hell are you talking about? Ah. As a gravedigger had if a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well.
Strange.
I can only assume that it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Yes, Mr. Spells? What do you have in mind, ma'am? Madam Spells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Dubber's last remarks was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that's all. How Monsieur Dubber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, non? Including the gunshot. Stop! Oh, you might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Ow. Have a care, Durber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Take it out of Mr. Schultz. Please, Madame Dispels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Dubber told me at that time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort! None. You were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up! That will do. Mr. De Boer. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe? You control yourself, counsel! I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Bark respects women. Good. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Now we throw the camera at him. There was no gunshot from behind, nor any splatter of blood. I had canon that he respects women, but has no attraction to them, and that's perfectly valid. Just because you're not attracted to a gender doesn't mean you can't respect it. Yet, Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's words. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. Tell me, Madame Tuspels. Wait. What exactly did Mr. De Boer say about the blood and the apparent splattering on him? Alos, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur De Boer was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood splattered from the wound and splattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely. And I don't forget it. Because I've already said... Oh, I didn't forget. I don't know. It never happened in the first place. Aw, he's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no intention of either you... attracted to either of you, and I still respect you completely normal. Thank you. Same. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. I got a detail for you. I got a detail that's I'm gonna shove right up your ass, Robot Man. Here's your camera, I found it.
Objection!
Mr. De Boer, do you remember this camera? Oh, but that's the camera from the that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera that you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. De Boer. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows.
Hold it!
This. What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah! That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood is simple enough. Maybe he just Hank him is gay to feel more masculine as a self-shipper? Huh? What? What's happening? What are we talking about? Maybe I just... Oh! Sorry. My bad. I mean, you know, he could be gay. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. When he finally does his full breakdown, I hope parts of him just burst off. Like in a robotic way, not in a bloody way. There's simply no way that you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you were trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. DeBur is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. I wouldn't mind some dirty fireworks. Yeah. My goodness. He's shielding someone? Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Okay. I'm gonna make an educated guess right now on why this happened. I want to say that the professor not only killed somebody that was close to Von Zieks, being his brother Toby, but I think it was Toby. It's been a week. I don't remember his name. But also someone close to Dr. Scythe. And being the medical examiner that was there, Clint, thank you. Being the medical examiner that was there at the time, did realize that while the hanging definitely knocked him out, it probably didn't fully kill him. And she decided that she was going to say that it did, so he could be buried, so she could wait to kill him herself. That is my gambit right now, is that this was a revenge thing. And she wanted to be the one to personally take his life for taking someone away from her that was close to her. That's what I want to say. Anyway. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? I mean, we've already established... It's... Well, I'm down a Biff. I hit the wrong button. Oh no, that was not the reaction I was expecting either. I suggest that you go crawl into a tomb. I want to. Put me in the tomb. Put me in the tomb with the professor. I want to rot in there. This is Sato committing perjury for me. I wanted to save, and I hit the R button by mistake. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. I didn't mean to say it was protecting you. There we go. No, my perfect piffs. Anyway, he was protecting Scythe.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine, if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that had come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. You get a wife that will commit perjury for you. There you go, Ryunosuke. And if it was the professor, that would have been an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
Imagine dragons. This is beyond a joke. I need to point out that the dead cannot come back to life. What are you suggesting would mean is that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. But the fact is that there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. Dragons! If that were really true, counsel, the implication of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Man, we just got over the fact that we announced like government secrets in the court, and now we're implicating the entire judiciary as incompetent. Ryunosuke, this really will be your final testimony. And that's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secrets, even if it meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. DeBur's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. And she switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! We got a reaction! Barak and I would, leg! Leg von Six! Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and whole raft of other discourtesies now. I kind of wish I wish his assistant would have reacted to Leg. I wish that he would just be like, what the fuck? Goodness me. It's just the sort of tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy of the highest levels. Let me ask you one thing. Leg! What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. I've got a good guess. We have too little information to work out that at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. You know, I wish I was his artisan. I really do. Because, motherfucker, I would be rich. With the amount of chalices you gotta make for him. Yeah, you'd be working a lot, but if you make like a batch of 20, and he pays for them, you can start work on the other one a little more slowly, because you know he's not gonna go through it that fast. You've got at least 2 trials before he, like, blasts through those chalices. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Are you sure? I feel like we're here all together. I have to consider this, my learned Nipponese friend. Consider what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. You know, like we're doing. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who already invested money in the venture, and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death resulted in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim. Yeah, about that contract. There is a contract. That's very true. The motive for the case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant that he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. de Boer's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. Why? What was his motive then? Your time's up, my learned friend. I'd say that you have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with the charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? That dodge could only be a dodge Kazuma could pull off. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? I forgot about that one. You gotta clip it. I mean, I might have to later, but you got the power. Oh yeah, speaking of clips, I don't know when it's gonna happen, but eventually on the Twitch side, Twitch is actually gonna be implementing a really cool feature for once. A really cool feature that anybody can take part of. And that's going to be top clippers for the audience. Meaning that there's a massive incentive for people to, like, come in and do clips on people's streams. Like, which is really fucking cool. Like, I don't know if it's going to increase people making clips on my stream. I personally would love it because it would give me more stuff to just throw out. And who knows, maybe eventually make a highlight video. But yeah, that's for once Twitch is putting out an idea that's not stupid as hell. Like the moments. Oh, God, moments. Anyway, at this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Durber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I've seen it, but I'm hoping it's right. I must present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Okay. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes the motive explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. My badge.
Take that!
It's the newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? The drivel should never have been written. The typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present this supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when the cross-reference with the news article and the product, it's the contract! It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Durber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. It's something. That proves that I had no reason to kill the man. Actually, it's the opposite. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant in that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. What exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? It's this!
Take that!
His fucking signature! What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract. I want to say something really quick about why I feel like that last thing that I did doesn't feel necessary. Because there's nothing else that pieces the 2 of those together. And the player already would have figured out by now that it's this signature. So it feels like it would have been better for the story to just say it's the signature rather than have us point it out again. Because it basically feels just like I just said it's the signature 3 times in a row. It's basically what it feels like. There's no other connecting factor between those 2 pieces of evidence that I presented other than the fact that the signature is there. We didn't need to point that out. It feels like intentional fluff, I guess is the way to say it. Anyway, rant over. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old contract article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. Hey, Ben. What's up? What? Ah! God. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Durber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. Much about the stream for another couple hours? Have fun. Thanks for dropping in. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's signature is at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical! I mean, there's probably some slight differences between the 2, because that's just how signatures are, but yes, it's close enough. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Durber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asmund. Hey! That's our reaction. What are you objecting? But explain to the court why. Why would the that constituted a motive for the witness to murder Asmund. Have you been paying attention? Von Zeeks, bro, he literally said that that article ruined his life. Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Der Burr talked about the article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That's quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. Ace Attorney be going good. And good luck, man. It takes a bit to get that stuff to go. Yes, well, I think I've suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in the print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. And I gave up on my dream to become a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. At that time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in a field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article written by Mr. Asmund. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Der Burr. Yes, it's true. I had to leave university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in a facility was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Feel so bad for him. Yeah! Like, his life got fucked up because of a story that he couldn't actually, you know, get corroborated. And also revealed that he was doing some stuff that wasn't on the level. Sooner or later, you knew your idea would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other. After all, good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. He got fucked because he saw something he wasn't supposed to. Is Automod on YouTube catching fuck and saying no no no? Like, I'm pretty sure I allowed profanity. Oh well. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wretch. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened. Mr. Der Burr, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who better place to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm so sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you! And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say something about me? I don't know you from Adam. What? Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead and show it. What could possibly have to disprove the idea? I'm gonna throw this because I don't think there can be anything else, and I'm confident.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Der Burr? We found it at your workshop. Ah! Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? Didn't we bring it up before? I could have sworn it came up in court. It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Deber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. Alright, man, have fun. But you lost everything. You had no more future. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Literally. Saw that coming. Yeah. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese men said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Okay, now I think it's something way worse. I think something way worse is going on here, because she's just openly admitting it, and Deber is even like, what the fuck are you doing? Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I had done my best to bury deep inside of myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had the chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Aww. I feel so bad for him. Oh. She just went, fuck it, we ball. Yeah, okay, so it's capturing fuck. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. Hold on, I need to see if I can fix that. You're allowed to curse in my stream. I don't understand why it won't let you. Because it's not like it's like asking me to auto-mod, it's just doing it. Create a demographic channel. Main settings. Automatic captions. Oh, no. People to clip, third-party training. Automatic captioning doesn't make sense. Mistake. I'm just explain. What the? Okay, I'll have to figure it out later. But I guess you can't. I guess you can't say curse words on my stream, guys. I'm sorry. Which is really funny because, like, it's clearly getting through somehow because Botrix is letting it show up on the stream, despite the fact that, you know, it's not showing up in the actual YouTube chat itself. So I'm like missing entire stuff, but yeah. What is this Christian Minecraft server? I know, right? I guess you guys can't say fuck. I can say fuck, but you guys can't say fuck. you come over to the Twitch side, you can say fuck all you want. I mean, there might be some Automod stuff that happens that I might have to approve or disapprove, but, you know. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All of the instructions were there in the notes. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. Fuck! Highlighted too, damn! You go! See? I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Hey, there's got to be more to this. There's no way that this is just going to be how it ends. Like, she's admitting to something insane. What on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Remember Sholm's words. The one about pursue it like a dog? After a bone? So then, Mr. De Boer, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing! At all! Yeah. What? You've forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove that I did anything wrong. No! No! Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Von Zieks? Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happened next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. What? This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. De Boer. Defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain? Very true. It slipped my mind. Isn't he the one of your closest friends? Look, a lot's going on today. As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, hereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. Oh, you mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objections? If he had just smacked Kazuma in the face. None, my lord! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! We got him off, but we don't know shit about what actually happened. This is why the jury is here. Yeah. Hot goths stick around. Or they stick together. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the education... Unless the prosecution or defense has any other matters to discuss. I don't know. It doesn't quite feel right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Come on, Susato, read the room. Like you said before, the way this trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver the verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now? I mean, if we were in the real world, yes, the immediate education of the court to gain a not guilty for our client is exactly what the defense should do. It's like, hey, we proved that our guy didn't do it. We wash our hands of this. have fun sorting this out in another way. That is the real world way that this should go. But this is Ace Attorney.
Objection.
Welcome to Ace Attorney. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? Dun, 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 dun. Leaving well enough alone? Never. Not an Ace Attorney game. You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nicolas friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. You're absolutely right. But we're never in our right mind. This is a Naruhodo here. Soon to be the Wright family. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right! Yes. In hindsight, I'm about to fuck myself over. Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sights. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. There it is. Well, it's always Naruhodo in Japanese. I know, but the Ace Attorney franchise is well known for, you know, Phoenix Wright. So, to the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. You know something that I just had a thought about that I would really love if we ever get another Ace Attorney game, like in the main timeline? I would love a case where Trucy has to be the lawyer. It's like everybody else is unavailable, or say maybe like Apollo or Athena has been disbarred temporarily, and the only person who can take over the trial that's available is Trucy. That would be amazing. This is the main time. You know what I mean? In the main franchise, as in with Phoenix and Edgeworth and all of them. That's what I'm talking about. This is way in the past, and that definitely can't happen. I mean, she's like a lawyer for, like a judicial assistant for AJ. But I mean her leading the trial, as in standing in the place of the defense lawyer. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Need a case where Apollo is accused of murder, and he's like the only main character that hasn't been? You know, that's true. He is the only main character that's never been accused of murder, has he? Even Trucy's been accused of murder. New AA game, but it's entirely Winston Payne's POV. That's a spin-off that I would love to see. You have to go into court and lose every time. Yes, I am here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal, obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? It'd be the shortest game in the franchise, and or the most frustrating one. Oh yeah. About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch DeBur. Ha! In the case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal that you wanted for him. That's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle and the copious wounds on the poor people in the stands. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Von Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, Then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Yo, what? What von Zeeks? This is most irregular, to say the least. Do you think tickets for the seats behind the prosecution are cheaper when he's there? Absolutely. They're like, hey, you're technically in the splash zone, which is, you know, it's a really fine wine, but you're also going to be splashing your blood everywhere. However, as the prosecution also, it's the real reason why he's called the Reaper of the Bailey. It's because he's absolutely caused someone to die once. However, as the prosecution also called for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the courts, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. DeBurr. Very well. She wants to kill me, but you know what? That's kind of hot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. And was actually undefeated before Maya. Oh, I know! But that's because nobody ever really pressed against really stupid stuff. So, you know. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensics team to dress the scene appropriately. Whew! So the entire forensics team is now going to be under massive scrutiny. More expensive. Yes. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So wait, was it more known? Judicial proceedings in Japanifornia was a worrying sight. Yep. It was bad. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. Jesus Christ. There was a lot of stuff that just happened. I say as if I knew squat about the law, then police don't do bad stuff. I mean, it really comes off. In the Pyrite Fam Game PWAA Trials After Justice Case 1, Maya acts as the lawyer when Phoenix oversleeps. That is such fan fiction, and that's amazing. Also, welcome in, Astra 2. Quick warning. I'll probably be taking a very quick break to go to the bathroom again and also get some more water. Because, my throat, it's killing me, and I'm out of drink. But I at least want to get to the cross-examination part before I do. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Ma'am, don't look at me and say that. Don't look at me and say things like that. You're gonna get me all hot. This is the home stretch for the case. The last testimony. Oh, I know. I just really gotta pee.
Bruh.
Kind of you to say. And what about the autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. I was about to say, you know, I've got my own bonk, but then I remembered you're not subbed anymore. I think you got like a gifted one way back. But yeah. That's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. You redeemed... Oh, you redeemed a random emote? Wait, from Trias? And then you can use it in someone else's stream? For real? Holy shit. I didn't know that was a thing. Don't I have that in mind? I might not. Now that I think about it. Oh, clap, unlock. Oh yeah, I do. I have that too. It's actually not as expensive as I thought I would have made it. There you go. Wait, you redeemed the Tria Bonk through me? How did you redeem the Tria Bonk through me? Is it because I'm subscribed to Tria? I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. I'm getting distracted. I really need to pee and we need to get to the cross-examination. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sai's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. I redeemed a random emote from you. That's weird. That it should do my own, but whatever. I got Tria... Oh, you did get Tria from a gift sub. Stop confusing me, Raph. My brain is fried. I've been playing Ace Attorney. What? What is it about you Japanese that makes you all doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. I gotta go take a pee. Take a pee. I'll make sure the music starts. There you go. Alright, enjoy staring at Dr. Scythe for a minute. I gotta go get some more water and take a quick piss. I'll be right back. I'm back. The Immortal Worlds of Alienoa Mother-Daughter Double Water. What the fuck? Alright, let's go. It all began at the scene.
Hold it!
I thought I was clicked out of the window. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people that know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. The horse was bolted now. Horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Von Zieks. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim in the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, and recorded the victim's body as having been discovered at the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork, I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to a specified address at a specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably, so it could be recovered by De Boer and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes. Although someone obviously made the mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still, I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. The body had to be arranged in a certain way. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean it was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. She had to stab the body. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Hey, what if he was still alive? What if his ass was knocked out? Or, like, the hit was so bad it maybe would have paralyzed him for life, but he was still alive, and she actually is the one that killed him? Man, that would be bad. That was the inconsistency that could only be explained by her interference earlier. Yeah, I was thinking about that, because if the body had been hit by the arrow that was used to blow up the balloon, then it would still have been inside of him. And of course, we know that, you know, if he had been stabbed beforehand, the screwdriver would have went with. So I figured it had to have been a post-mortem stabbing eventually, but wasn't sure on the details until just now. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was trauma resulting from a 30-foot drop. My word. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that he definitely could have would have survived, but like there is a small chance that he could have, because yeah, upon hitting the ground, the cage would have been the one to absorb most of the damage, but it also would have transferred it into him as well. So it's a very loose chance that he could have survived that fall. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind. Oh no, am I right? Did I fucking outshoot Takumi Takumi? Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. Hence the broken vertebra. Yep. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Which part? What do I want her to supplement the testimony? Remember what I said when we first saw the body? Hey, you want to remember how long ago that was? And ask me that question again? I can tell you right fucking now. No. Let me say the real cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet. That part. Fine. If that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. Prosecution concurs. Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. As the neck trauma.
Hold it!
Wait, if he dropped fucking 30 feet straight down, are you quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck? Yeah, if he dropped 30 feet straight down and it didn't flip, then there's no way that that his neck would have broken on impact. Like, if any vertebra was gonna snap, it would have been, like, closer to his legs. Okay, I'm glad I picked that one. I hope that that's right, but I'm glad I picked it. Yes, as a professional, there was no more. That was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming that they can be trusted. There's no point in calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's go back to the testimony. There's no vertebrae that far down. I mean, no, I'm not talking about specifically it's got to be like in the bottom portion of the bone. I'm talking about the spine. That portion. Spine ends far higher than the spinal cord. Yeah. Like, there's still vertebra in the spinal cord, isn't there? Am I dumb? Either way, he fell on him feet. There's no way his neck broke unless it was, like, on the fall backwards portion. Very well. Spine is the vertebra. I see. I don't know anything.
Hold it!
You enlisted the entirety of the forensics team. The entire team in perverting the course of justice. The whole team! My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. And not a single one questioned what you were doing. Literally just finished a chapter on that. Hey, I believe you. I'm not a medical student whatsoever. I love having to go over the same spiel whenever I mention my favorite character is a former racist. You aided and abetted a murder, committed perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I considered their conduct permanently. Huh? Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. God forbid a woman have hobbies. Just goddamn. I'll take that silence as a tact acceptance. Now, can we move on? Fuck! So that's her story. She's admitted everything and then revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there's really much more to it. I don't know, but I have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? Truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure that they're trying to hide something.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. I take full responsibility. Blow me down! Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. You know, like, maybe using that investigative fucking forensics abilities to find out who the actual culprit was that was trying to blackmail you into, you know, aiding and abetting in a murder and then arresting him instead of, you know, doing what you just did. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. I don't believe you. In many ways, I respect your determination. Phew. I nearly froze under the cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. In the span of, what, 30 minutes she had at the moment. I mean, yeah, I understand, but... I don't know. There's ways that this could have been handled, probably, that would have been gone over better. Like, yes, you decided to go along with this, but then you report to your superiors that, hey, somebody is trying to, you know, out our secret. Like, I'm following along at this moment in time, but we need to figure out a way to capture this guy and then let the truth out. Okay. I'm saving because I'm not sure if this is what I need to present, but I'm going to throw the cage at her and see what she says. Or see what happens, I guess I should say. Ma'am, did you know that the cage impact was on the bottom?
Objection.
Okay, that's what I expected to happen, but I was hoping wouldn't. All right. Okay. In British, is that broken vertebra most likely resulted from impact after further. Oh, right. She marked the cause of death as hemorrhaging from the stab wound, and only said that the broken vertebra was a different. She fucked up. She fucked up by saying the wrong thing was the cause of death.
Objection.
Surely it's something less. What? Huh? Did I accidentally present on the wrong thing? Shut up, Judge. I'm so confused. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall. So wait, why isn't the autopsy report it then? She says that that was the cause of death, but her report says the exact opposite. It says the cause of death was the hemorrhaging from the wound on the chest. Why is this not... Did I pick the wrong thing for her to add to her testimony?
Hold it!
I'm back, had to crack the old man's back. No problem. She already admitted to falsifying the cause of death. Right. According to the stab wound as the cause of death on the autopsy report. Right. Real cause of death was the falling. Okay. I'd forgotten. I'm sure they would ask testimony. It's the change the supplementary testimony she gave before. Should I ask her to change it? I think you picked the wrong thing to add. Me too. Dr. Scythe, if what you said before about what you did to the victim's body. I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. Yeah, I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay to topple the cage. So it was you who stabbed Asmund with this? Yes. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court why don't you? If you wish. Okay, so stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into his chest. So what do I have to throw at her? Them inside, causing damage at the base. Take a look at the body? You mean in the picture? I mean, we have the splatter mark. I don't really understand. With the stab wound, we have where she pulled it back out, so of course it started to bleed. It probably bled out a bit while they were transferring. I mean, are you basically saying that I should be throwing the picture at this point? I mean, like they said, there's no clear indication that there's damage to the neck in the picture. I don't really understand, but I'll try it.
Objection.
Okay, I don't understand. I don't get it, but alright. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points into an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in the last statement of yours, there is just one point. That seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. Yeah, tell me too. I don't get it. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Is there? Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
Court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. I'm so confused. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? Do you want the answer? I feel like the game is going to tell me. I believe that we should let the defense explain. Uh-oh. Where is the where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? Uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah, this is big brain time.
I'm gonna have to big brain time this because I don't fully understand it. I'm gonna try a couple of times, and if I don't get it, then yes, tell me. Him neck?
Take that!
The point that makes no sense is the one being made at the very moment of hit by your index finger. Thank you. Huh? Your roving eyes and wavering hand undermine the bold words that you started with. If you're looking for something that makes no sense, you're pointing in the wrong way. Apparently, the victim was laying dead in the birdcage when Dr. Scythe stabbed him in the chest. That is the essence of her testimony. I know. And oh, wait. Okay, I'm gonna theory pop, and you can tell me if I'm right. Well, not theory pop, but basically exposit. It's the fact that there's a blood trail that's going down, isn't there? That's the inconsistency. But then somehow I lost my train of thought. It's like, not it. He might not be the Reaper, but he's definitely Slade. Oh, yeah. Believe we should let the defense explain. Where in the photograph? Yep, okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to reload. Get my pip back. I was like, I feel like it's pointing me at the neck, but then again, that's probably not it. It's the blood trail, Your Honor.
Take that!
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed in a longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your last testimony was a total fabrication. We got her! I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? I don't know. Dr. Scythe. You claim that you were coerced into helping Mr. Derber as a result of the note he left at the waxworks. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. What part of her story is shown to be a lie? Oh, no. Uh-oh. How she was coerced, the stabbing of the victim, or the autopsy report? I think that it is the stabbing of the victim? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in the position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No. That's the misapprehension. Again, it's not impossible to survive a 30-foot drop. The birdcage definitely would have absorbed a good amount of damage. It would have transferred, which definitely would have fucked them up, but there's still a chance he would have survived. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Ow. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He would have been really fucked up. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Ah! Mr. Odi Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Derber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Protect the secret at any cost, I guess. Ah! Can you... Oh, no. Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Derber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all of this up, as if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Well, if it turns out that he's alive, and you can't, set the scene the way that the guy who's, threatening to expose your secret, would find out, then, he probably would go about exposing said secret because you didn't do it. So, kill him. Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. Base Susato. Yeah! But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say that it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. It's tickling me. I don't like it. What is this thought? I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Dr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What is it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? What? Yesterday. Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Huh? There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would want to kill him. The iron mask, the scalpels, and the screwdriver. It's not the scalpels, is it? Why would it be the scalpels? I mean, I know they were buying I remember that part. I remember that they were buying a shit ton of scalpels. Like, constantly. But why... It's either the iron mask or the scalpels. It's not the screwdriver. It can't be the screwdriver. I mean, it can be the screwdriver. There's a very good chance. The scalpels? It's a scalpel, or rather scalpels. It was 500. It was a bunch. Yeah. Did you say scalpels? With an S at the end? Ah! It would appear that the word has struck a chord with Doc. Sure. Yeah, whatever. You Come on, out with it! Yeah, please! I don't understand the logic here. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh. What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? Why? We're buying 500 scalpels every month. I don't understand. 500 scalpels? A month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. Were they smuggling? Were they smuggling in the scalpels? It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's account. Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensics investigation team's accounts to find out where it was going. Would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmon was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. DeBer, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. The darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of a menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. So what, he had a person who could make scalpels, and he forced her to buy 500 scalpels a month in order to, like, hide money laundering, essentially? Well, not money laundering, but bribing to make sure that he never told the public about, what happened? You stabbed Mr. Asmon in the heart with all your might, to silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we had to keep covered up all those long years. I feel like we're not going to get an answer. Subtle foreshadowing, yeah. As very little of the machine remains after what was ripped apart by the bottom, the truth of the case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance that you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. DeBer. Breakdowns are kind of weak in this case, but the plot makes up for it. Yeah. It's interesting. It definitely pissed me off at a couple of places, but overall, I'm still fine with the case. Ugh. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made quite the show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. It's less explosion, more acceptance. Yeah. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmon's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmon, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, and obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Just, you got me womp womp. It's a little more realistic, probably. Yeah. Even if it meant discrediting the bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmon turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About a coroner who had handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of the new forensics team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and other misconduct left your life in tatters. Others. But remember this. His only crime was being autistic. Yep. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Damn. He didn't even have anything to say to that. Lord von Zeeks, Lord of Dr. Scythe. An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded into custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Debert. Peak fiction time! A most regrettable situation indeed. She made a great contribution to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for a future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think that we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I am pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguided, believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I caused others pain and misery. Otherwise, who are far, far greater people than I? Others who are far, far greater than I. No, Professor, that's not true. The boyfriend's here. What? Don't tar yourself in the same brush as DeBur. What happened was his doing and his alone. The outcome of his fate's not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Or Von Zeke's. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. He's a sweet baby boy who's racist. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another of such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barak. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. Here's the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charges of which this he stands accused. I presume there's no objections? None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings, so... what's that? He's done. I see. Is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of Scotland, of the Yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant... Objection! Okay. 20 more hours of testimony. We did it. Court is adjourned. Whew, what a case. Yeah, I'm gonna be wrapping up once this is it. It's over. That was some trial. Better go kiss my my attorney's license goodbye again. I mean, there's gonna be consequences for this, right? Like, he literally left court for 6 months because he revealed government secrets, came back, and immediately revealed another government secret. It's just like, holy shit. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Just bomb-ass Gusty. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I'm truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give you a whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento. The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. But we haven't begun to expose... Why didn't this one show up? The government secrets. Wait till you see the next case. Did government secrets get caught? Why did that one not get going? Shish, don't make fun of the government. No, that's bad. No, we don't want that. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you gonna do now? I'm gonna move in with Barak. I mean... oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis of my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition while I have it, whilst I'm here, too. And see if new inspiration hits me. Oh no, they're gonna revoke my lawyer's badge again! I can't allow that. What? Front-facing Barak, run! Lord Von Zieks! What are you doing in here? Barak! I'm sorry that you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. He trusts us. Sorry, or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? We could kiss. Like, you know, maybe a little bit? What if we did? JK, I mean, what if though? It's been a long time since we left university. You have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Barak! What about the Great Exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Is he worried that whoever is perpetuating the whole Reaper thing is going to come after his buddy, his boyfriend? Insert Q, not a big fan of the government song. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak. Lord Van Zieks. What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Von Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking that it was nice of him to ask. Point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Shit! That's why Gregson's taken the job over in France and taken Ginny with him. They're all worried that somebody's actually going to go after them. Oh, fuck. Like, I was just thinking, like, why isn't anybody worried about Ginny? But that's because that's already been set up. They're leaving for France. Like, she doesn't know that yet, but... Oh, no. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood a trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. The neurons are firing. My brain is cooking. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up until now. Of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina are completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Barak? He's putting pieces together. Maybe not all of them are the right ones, but they're still there! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness. Was that your intention all along, Lord Von Zieks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper. This man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you very much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Bye. Still mad at you for the first part of the trial. Now, my new bunny's friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd be gone. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? Do you want to kiss? I mean, your boyfriend just left, but I mean, if you're not, if you're not against it. Anyway, you want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Uh-oh. We're going to do it on the judge's table. Can we please kiss? Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The music says otherwise. The Enigma, Barak von Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. All the main male characters of this game are dating each other. No one can say otherwise. That's just his theme. It's an ominous theme, is what I'm saying. Wait, did he snatch the key? Or are we going to actually see Kazuma's face? So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. They're gonna do it on the prosecution bench. Anyway, I imagine that you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese come from. Was the professor Japanese? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led your thorough dislike for my race. I really like that they're not covering up the race in the racial aspect of this by saying my people or whatever, but like specifics, like just straight out comes out and says, I understand that you're racist towards not me, but my entire people. So good on this game for being able to handle this kind of subject and it not coming off as stupid, because there's not a lot of writers that can do that. And anyone could hate Ryunosuke for his personality. He's such a sweetheart. He's just a little boy. He's just a little guy with a little tiny mouse on his shoulder. Oh, will you tell me what happened, please? Sato can wait outside. The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint von Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions. Damn! And a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. Susato can go talk to Harebrain. No, she needs to be here. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. Oh. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at a prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression on me. But 16 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm sorry, Lord Von Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. If Barak and Eugen spent time together, Barak wouldn't have been racist. Maybe? There's a small chance that it could have been. So the people who came over were obviously Susato's father, Jugoku, the judge, and whoever, I'm guessing at the moment, which I'm sure will be revealed here in a minute, whoever the professor is. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. Usually it's cool and base and was never doing anything wrong. Yeah. Why does that make me feel like he's done something wrong? In plain sight. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Cake is no matter the baker. What? Correct. The Algo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. Hey, remember what happened to us way back in the beginning of the first game? Where, you know, a visiting professor was killed. And we were in and Ryunosuke was the one on trial for it, but it was a closed off trial because we just recently signed a treaty and everything. Man, small world. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? At war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion,
oh shit!
I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Oh.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
What? Why does he kind of look like Kazuma? not our Kazuma. Kazuma Kiryu. It's just a little tiny bit. It's a tiny bit.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Racist? Just got a build like that. Hey, speaking of Kazuma. He's going Super Saiyan! that Kazuma's dad? That's not. It is. I forgot his hair for a second.
Father.
Yeah.
What? Father?
Is that our boy? Show me your face. Where's that billowing?
Kazuma!
Yeah! Fucking called it. Fuck you for going with your alleged
My
bullshit.
best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Give your husband a kiss.
As he stood there before me,
I could only think about kissing him. Couldn't just spoil it. I mean, I figured it out and immediately.
Inosuke.
It was the little guy. I'm sorry.
Hello again.
This entire dramatic moment is still amazing. I'm not gonna lie, but man, does the punch not go as well? Where Inosuke has a very tiny mouse on his shoulder. Thank you for telling me about the DLC items. I am ruining this scene. But fuck, that's amazing.
My friend.
Just kiss already.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road.
It has.
Thank you.
We thought you were dead.
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
Kiss.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
I'd like to take a moment to point out that, my god, did they put Kazuma in the tightest fucking shirt possible? Like, holy shit. They were like, hey, you're gonna see your boyfriend again soon. I'm sure you'll, like, your memories are gonna come back when you're, like, in a trial with him or some shit. We want to make sure he can really see your titties. Greg! How's it going?
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed
Hi.
down through the generations.
Just realize how short Susato is. Oh yeah, she's tiny. You woke up
When
and
we left
showered?
Japan,
Congrats!
This sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
You get to keep the sword. He's just gonna have to take back the headband. We need his
With
flowing
this by
aura
my
headband.
side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
No, the sword! Ryunosuke's only 5'6". He's a little boy.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Man, you know, sometimes the apple actually does fall way far from the tree. not where I thought the slice was going to be. Not going to lie. I thought it was going to be his head. He's the same height as you? You're so tiny!
Kazuma.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about,
Yes, we do.
but now is not the time.
No, now is the time.
I'll be seeing you.
No! We need to go on a date! Come back! You're taller than Apollo.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
And took the sword. How are we gonna be a lawyer without a sword? Okay. So he's the living after image of the man who took my shit. Why would that have auto on it? He's living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling that there was something there, some connection. Why did Strongheart do that? Lord Strongheart do that? Long, strong Lord. Why did he make Kazuma Lord Von Seek's apprentice? When he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Fair. For the lulz. Yeah. No spoiler, but Barak X Kazuma is one of the best TTAA ships. I mean, I can see it. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to see my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Because he bolted when you were born. Poor Susato-san. All of this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. He is. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. Oh boy. So does that mean that he was falsely accused? But then why would Kazuma cut his father's statue? I suppose it could be a symbolic thing to be like, this is not what my father actually was. Maybe? I guess I'll find out. As I'm sure you worked out. And the young man's name was Kazuma Asugi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned,
We don't know this yet,
only
just
to
play the game.
disappear again all too soon.
I'm allowed to make inferences out loud.
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life.
This is a really dramatic scene, but all I just imagined was Ryunosuke finally getting a thought. He was like, "Aw."
In some ways, it was the end of a chapter.
Yeah.
But in many,
Like
it
that,
was
yeah.
the start of a new one.
Whew. Stuff is getting heavy. Alright, so I'm definitely going to be wrapping up very soon. Do you want me to at least start the new case? Or would you rather me wait till next time? I'm fine with at least giving the new case like its starting portion to let me have something to think about. Yeah, I asked you 2 options. You said yes. Which one do you want to say yes to? Don't yes or no me. Takashi in his last bow, or the twisted karma in his last bow. No, start it. Yes, okay. Twisted karma. Our incident born of curious advertisements and commonplace killing.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said.
What?
Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement.
Uh-oh.
A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Eight days after the earth-shaking trial and Cosmo regaining his memories, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Wow. And that is where we're gonna stop. What? Ah, shit. Yeah, he's gonna be here soon. I just wanted to see the opening. Alright. So, holy crap. That was a lot that happened. We're gonna go ahead and end things here. Possibly we'll be back tomorrow, but cannot say. I'm gonna snooze that ad because I'm about to raid out, so I don't need it. But yeah, thank you very much for everybody who came out today. What a fucking time that we just had. Let's go ahead and see who is doing stuff. Is Tria still going? Tria is still going. So you know what? We're going to go ahead and raid in Tria, because it's her little birthday celebration stuff today. So we're going to go ahead and pop you guys over here, on over there. She's doing some Mario Brothers. The Mario Brothers. So yeah. Thank you everybody who came out. I hope you guys have yourselves an awesome rest of your day. Or nights, depending on what the time is for you. And I will see you guys next time. Goodbye! Get off of my ship! Get out of here! Goodbye! Bye, Bad Watchers.